allá usted, aquí ni el eco, allá usted. Oba el eco, allá usted, aquí ni el eco, allá usted. Oba el eco, allá usted, aquí ni el eco, allá usted. Bañani, bañani, allá usted, aquí ni el eco, allá usted. Oba el eco, allá usted, ora el eco, allá usted. Saco Yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, yo. Oh, yo, yo. Hacer, abacua, hacer. Hacer ocobio tan efoya yo. Abasirion de fo en yuga baracoya yo. Abasirion de fo en yuga baraco. Abasirion de fo oya yo. Abasirion de fo. Hacer cobio y en abacua. Hacer o crucoro. Abaraco, si, oban en Bremoro. Oban en Bremoro, oban en Bremoro. Oban en Bremoro. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar de este maldito solar. Bom, bom, la, 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 la. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar de este maldito solar. El encargado me recomendó, el encargado me recomendó que allí rumba no quería, que allí escándalo no había. Y entonces yo le contesté, entonces yo le contesté, rumba pa' aquí y chisme pa' allá, rumba pa' aquí, ay, pero chisme pa' allá, telegrafía sin hilo. Dame mi fondo que me tengo que mudar. Otra vez, otra vez, otra vez.
Your motivation is, and how much they want to hire us for. What's the number of drama on stage? I think they're just in like that.
Oh, 10.
And then yeah, you've got a shared wireless mic. Yeah. No, I think you guys do. But let me make sure you're rolling because they weren't yet. Is he ready for it too?
All right. Good afternoon. We are the Mingus Big Band. I'm gonna wait till the camera is rolling. Okay, good afternoon again. We are almost a big band at this point. It's a democracy, so we had the plan, which then was adjusted. Then we saw each other on the street, and we decided that we need to warm up before we do anything. So we would like to start, although we're missing the baritone, who's going to be here very soon. We're just going to start with So Long Eric, so we can warm up and everybody can play a chorus or so.
So what we're thinking about doing is going through. Good evening, or I mean good afternoon, whatever it is. So what we're thinking about doing, everyone, is we're gonna play a tune to warm up. We're gonna play 39, which is So Long Eric. We're gonna jam out, all right? Then we're thinking about working on a few pieces. The pieces that we're thinking about working on are the vocal version of Eclipse. The reason, that's number 105. The reason we're thinking about doing that is because we haven't been performing it, and we'd love, and Phil would love to sing it. We haven't been performing because we haven't been confident in the arrangement. So we're gonna play that today, so that hopefully in the future, Philip can sing it. Eclipse is 105. The other song we're thinking about doing for the same reason is Duke Ellington's Sound of Love. That's 119. There are several versions of Duke Ellington's Sound of Love. This version is the version without the crazy sax solo. So, 119, Duke Ellington. Then depending on the time, we're thinking of 84. Depending on time, we're thinking of 84. That's Opus 4. It's another tune that we don't play very much. It's not that difficult, but we should go through it so that we can all feel confident in this piece. That's 84, all right? 105, 119, 84.
I haven't seen this bass in a year. This is Mingus's bass. Oh, wow. Yep. 1927.
Why don't you play it more?
like to keep it live and alive and take your questions while we're doing this. So anybody wants to talk about anything?
Is Philip here? Is Philip here? Oh. Is there a question?
We want to talk.
Oh. Is Phil? So we're thinking to try these two vocal things. Which one you want to try first? Eclipse or Duke Ellington? Oh, do it. Oh, you have.
I actually have. Hi, my name is Conrad Herwig. I play trombone. I have a question for you guys. Our theory, because many of us have been playing 2, 3, and even 4 decades, 2 centuries for Earl with Charles Mingus. And what I was going to say is, you know, all great jazz players, you know, iconic innovators in jazz, to us, were all great blues players. And in fact, all great innovators in jazz, Charles Mingus being the foremost for us here today, they could play the blues on any tune at any time. And if they chose not to, they gave you the feeling that they could if they wanted to. The blues could erupt anywhere. It's kind of like they say, you know, I went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out. It's the same thing with the blues and with Mingus's music. So the question we would have for you is, do you guys play the blues? Let's hear it. How many of you actively practice the blues every day? Raise your hands. Okay, and I think, you know, of course, everyone here is a great educator. Wayne is the director of jazz studies at Yale University. I'm the director of jazz studies at Rutgers. Not that that makes a huge difference, other than we encourage our students at all times. Like, we get these questions all the time. What should I practice? Professor, what should I practice? If you don't know what to practice, practice the blues, because it's an integral part. So I would say, the other thing I would say is, you're never gonna have a chance like this again until maybe next year. You could ask any question at any time of any of these musicians about Mingus, about improvisation, about time, about feel, about whatever political, you know, climate, how Mingus approached life. So I would just say, use this time, and it would be extremely valuable to us, and I think to you, if you have a question about anything. So that was my question for you. Now, what do you want to sing? I think we're gonna do 105. 105? You want the mic?
Check 1. Okay.
So it looks like there's a trombone cadence in the front. And then the rhythm section sets the tempo. Well, Wayne, Mike, the tempo from bar 2. Sure. From bar 2. It looks like the vocal starts at measure 1, right, Phil?
What's that?
It looks like the vocal starts at number
1, right. What's in front? How many bars are over there?
There's a 1 bar trombone cadenza and then a 4 bars with the
Okay.
And then there's a trombone solo at 38. Are there any backgrounds?
At 38?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are. And 38's open. Are there any other, does anyone else have changes in that part at 38?
Right, you want to do 2 choruses?
I think Evan's gonna do it.
Oh, yeah, okay. 2 choruses?
Sure, sounds good.
With the backgrounds on the second chorus?
Sure.
Okay.
Does anyone else have changes at 38? Just out of curiosity.
Rhythm section.
But in the horns, do we have another solo possible?
I'll play it on the saxophone. Not just wondering.
My part's 37. It's kind of weird.
All right. Yeah. So I'll play it on the horn.
Once we come out of 38 at 79, it's just straight down, correct?
Looks like it, yeah.
79 is an ensemble, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, but like, once we're done with the solos, it's just straight down.
Yep, and Phil,
Where to go out at?
the way to go out, is that right? 107 is where you come back, right?
I got 102.
I got 102, I think. But it's not.
Oh, it is 102, you're right.
All right.
I actually should fix that. 102. All right.
Aye.
Eclipse when the
Can we make it just a little brighter? Yeah, look, it's too slow.
Okay, bar two.
Boom, pop,
Bar two, Richard.
yeah, a little brighter, yeah. Right in there, right on it?
No, 4 bars before you come in.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 2.
eclipse when the moon meets the sun. Eclipse, the bodies become at one. People all around, eyes look up and frown. For this is the sign they seldom see. Some look through smoke glasses, hiding their eyes. Others think it's tragic, sneering and dark these lies. But the sun doesn't care, and the moon has no fear. For destiny is making her choice. I can't hear this thing. But the sun doesn't. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1. care, and the moon had no fear, for destiny is making her choice. Egypt. Check. Oh, here we go. All right. Put the volume down a little bit now. Check. 1, 2, 2, 2. All right. And the high down to 1, 2, 9. Okay.
No, I've got a question real quick about your range. At 79, Chris, you still have changes at 79?
Or is it 74?
No, I have 79.
I think some of the numbers.
I think some of the numbers
That should be
are
a
weird.
4.
I think some of the numbers are weird.
You count.
So, okay.
74.
I gotta change my numbers over here. 74. You got changes still?
No, everything stopped at 74.
Okay.
Not much, right?
74 is
That's
when
the end of the
it's when the band.
That's what I thought, but I got
I know that's like
double
70s.
forte and
I
seemed
got
like,
that too.
huh?
That's what I.
There's no vocal there.
It's 74.
It is double forte. It says ensemble.
Oh, okay, okay. I felt by myself.
Yep. It's
On a whole other level,
8 bars of the whole band playing.
Yeah,
could
okay.
we bring the whole band down maybe, I'm gonna say 2 dynamic levels. Try and bring it down 2 dynamic levels, because we're playing behind the vocalist. And you know, for all of you out there, when you play behind the vocalist, you really want to bring the dynamic level down so that you don't get fired. You know what I'm saying? So if we could do that, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
You want to pass it over to Wayne?
Oh, that way? Okay.
I can tell it's Sinatra. I played with Frank Sinatra for 11 years. One time he said, "This ain't a horn show, I'm the star."
That said, we should just make sure.
All that said, we should just make sure that we can all hear each other, particularly 74 out the ensemble part. I couldn't really hear. I couldn't blend because I couldn't really hear everybody somehow. So I guess some of us are playing too loud.
What about the lyrics? You want to just talk a little bit?
Well, because I'm black.
The
I'm just kidding. Well, the story, you know, could you guys tell what he
You're the leader.
Could you guys tell? Because I'm black, man, I know. But could you guys? I'm just kidding. I like to mess with Conrad because he can handle it. Do you guys have an idea what the lyrics were about? Could you make out the lyrics?
Why don't we do a chorus in the rhythm section with
Huh?
with Philip? Just
Yeah, that's a good idea. Phil, you want to just sing one chorus acapella, acapulco?
Yeah.
Which is not really.
Well, I mean, why not?
At the one same size.
Oh, actually, you know what? We could all play. Actually, why don't we all play because we need to play that part.
Let's see if we get the vibe.
Yeah. Let's all play
Don't
from.
have to scream. Check.
Let's all play from 1, and we'll come down. You guys listen to the lyrics and let us know what you think.
Yeah. 1.
By the way, if you see 79, it's 74.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's the correct
that was
time.
that before.
So let's just do from number 1.
Actually, size copy.
No, it's just, it's not even a bad, it's a 9.
Yes,
Yeah.
Let's do it from 1. 1, 2. Right. 1, 2.
Eclipse. When the moon meets the sun. Eclipse. His body become as one. People all around. Eyes look up and frown. For it's a sight they seldom see. Some look through smoke glasses, hiding their eyes. Others think it's tragic, staring at
no fear, for destiny is making her choice clear.
How you feel?
Yeah, I can hear it better now. Yeah.
Anyone have any ideas as to the lyrics?
The metaphorical meaning, please.
I think it was about racial injustice and the civil rights movement in the 1960s.
Close. I mean, it definitely has something to do with that. Anyone? Any other guesses? All right. So, you gonna say something?
I think it's about how when someone who's black and someone who's white become friends or are close, but then everybody else looks down on them for that, but it's really they do not care.
Awesome. That's it. People all around. Yeah, good job, man. People all around, eyes look up and frown, for it's a sight they seldom see. All right. Some look through smoke glasses, hiding their eyes. Others think it's tragic, sneering as dark meets light. All right. But the moon doesn't care. The sun has no fear, because we in love, baby. All right. That's what it is. Eclipse. And so the story is, Mingus wrote that in hopes that Billie Holiday would sing it, because I think the lyrics are, and he wrote the lyrics as well, you know. But I guess he sent it to her and he never heard back. So I don't know if she never received it or she, I don't know. Yeah, we'll say it got lost in the mail. But this is actually one of my favorite ballads because he wrote the lyrics as well, and I think he does a great job at metaphorically speaking on interracial relationships. Yeah. Cool.
I think that sounds pretty good. Does anyone else want to go over anything on this one?
Just to be clear, second time, there's backgrounds at 38.
Well, we were just kind of making it up as we went along. I was saying second time, and then usually we play this in the orchestra, and then the orchestra measures 38. The first 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 6 measures we play every time at the beginning of every chorus, just because it's kind of like a nice pad. So generally we will do that, and then we'll decide when we're going to go on with the rest of 38. You know what I mean? So it looks like right now that there's changes in the alto and in the trombone, so we can always, have a couple solos. Cool. Maybe we'll try. Should we try Duke Ellington now, or should we give the vocal break? Let's try Opus. So this is actually an arrangement. I don't know. This is an arrangement by Boris Kozlov, our bassist. He does some great arrangements for the band, so he'll tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you, Wayne. Clark Gayton said when he looked at the chart after a play, he said, "Oh, it sounds great, but it looks like 1969." Because I use Cubase for printing. Nobody uses Cubase ever for charts. I do for the past 30 years. I was attracted to this piece initially because it sounded very modern, and indeed it was. At the tail end of Mingus's life, he played this piece with his last quintet, which included George Adams on tenor and Jack Walrath on trumpet. And it just has like so many moving parts, and it was so attractive to me that I spent like a couple of months just transcribing every single note of the recording, which was spliced mercilessly, because Mingus hated what he heard after they recorded it. And upon the offer from the sound engineer to edit it, Mingus said, "I'll edit it myself." And apparently Jack saw him with the razor and tape, literally. And if you listen to the original, you can hear those splices. Mike Sim would love it. So this is Opus 4. Let's just play it, and if something goes wrong, we'll just stop.
Well, you want to talk? We got to just do a roadmap.
Okay, let's talk about the roadmap. A is drum solo open. B will be on cue 4 times. B is 4 times. Yes, it's penned in. So.
Who has a figure?
I think it's in the piano. Yeah, it's in the piano. It's basically the continuation of the drum solo.
Okay, so B is piano.
Yep, and then C is on cue, where horns come in and bass comes in on bar 3.
But it's not. It's 16 bars at B, so it's.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still gonna give cue for that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And then the melody starts at D, as is. E is the bridge, which is crazy melody in the trumpets, unison. Everything else is as is, and then we 2 bars before G, we test it. I think it's a piano thing again, right? Yeah. Okay. The solo chorus. Sorry, we haven't played this in a long time, so I myself have to look at it and remind myself of things. G is the solo. It's marked as trombone and trumpet. I don't know if anybody else has changes. And then it's piano and drums at N, which is basically the changes from the bridge.
So can we talk about the G solo? We just play that background on the last chorus, which I guess is his 3rd time now.
Let's assume whatever happens now, let's play it on the 2nd chorus.
I think David's gonna play the solo for now, and then on the gig we'll see if we're gonna do it. I mean, he's gonna he'll play twice at G.
Okay. Yes.
Just trumpet.
Just trumpet for now.
Okay.
Usually what we're doing is 1 chorus trumpet, 1 chorus of bone, and then K is trading.
Right.
But for now, just to get through it, we'll just and then K's open, L on cue, correct?
K is open.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me because I forgot. K changes to 6/8 fill, and it's a trade between trombone and trumpet. You're right.
Just to figure this out, the end of the form is at M, correct? Like, or end of L. That's the end of the form. I have the end of K as the end.
K is the end of the form.
Okay.
And then K is a vamp.
Yeah, K is a vamp. That's right.
And then L will be on cue. Right.
Yeah. So if we were talking about returning choruses, so the end of K would be the end of the chorus.
G to K.
Yeah. G through K. Thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
Kind of the whole point is not the whole point. But one of the points of this arrangement is the whole trading thing. So maybe we should make, if you don't want to play, maybe just do 2 trumpets or something, or I mean, it's supposed to be like a back and forth. Like that's why K is supposed to be the climax of like 2 people, not just like 1 dude.
It's true. The soloing idea was initially for from G to K to be trombone and trumpet trading, and then at N, from N through T would be piano and drums, where S becomes piano and drums solo without anybody else.
So maybe I understand that, but I think it's fine. If that's
You don't have to play. I'm just saying like maybe 2
okay,
trumpets.
2 trumpets. You guys want to do it?
Well, we got figures.
Oh, and 101.
At the end of O, I mean, end of P.
I'm just saying for rehearsal purposes. We're going to go through it twice.
We were gonna play two times.
And but it's curious. Like, how do you want to do the trading? You want to do 8s?
Or P right here at the end of.
And then because
Yeah, those are
K's
multiple
kind of
ones.
gets together.
Why don't we just do one person play? We play 1 chorus at G, so that's David, right? And then another person play another chorus at G, and then the trading is K.
Okay.
So it's not any longer.
All right.
Just to keep it. Yeah. No. G is 2 times. G is 2 times. Background the 2nd time.
Cool.
G is 2 times. Background the 2nd time.
Okay.
First you play 2nd. 1 chorus.
Trumpet play first, and I'll play 2nd.
And then a K.
We'll just trade a K.
Yeah.
Wayne, since we're doing that, do you want to put the repeat sign at K?
Mm-hmm.
It is a
Yeah.
repeat.
It is. There it is.
Okay. Well, I don't have it, even though I wrote the chart.
Well, you wrote the chart.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's a big repeat after K back to G bass.
Yep.
Or at the end of.
No. Once we play K, that's a trade.
And
between
but I'm saying
two horns.
Once they're trading inside K, we don't go back to G.
We do not go
Got it.
back.
Okay.
No. K, once we play K, we move forward. Now I would like to address Donald's question, which is with rehearsals O, P, Q, and R. They are basically what's happening. Orin plays at N, which is the changes for the crazy bridge, which was you.
Oh, yes.
You play at N, and that kind of bridge was pretty innovative in 1972. And then all those things where you see O is first ending, P is second ending, Q is third ending, R is fourth ending. That's Donald's solo, which goes to 6/8. So it's like a built-in trade.
8 bars each. Gotcha.
Yeah, and then at S you play together, and T is where the band comes back and which is played out.
So you want to just play ink and you want to just play ink?
Yes. Yes.
So we're playing ink at ends.
S is open, yes.
Okay.
And T would be on Q.
Okay.
And in those days, I used to write on a Q with one letter Q, and Wayne scolded me for that. He said you should use proper English in your charts.
Well, it's because
I'd be messing me up because he would write on, then the letter Q. But then it looks like that's Q, and then like it's an O after, and then so it's confusing because then you go Q, and then it's like, well, we a Q or you Qing the Q? It doesn't make no sense, man. You gotta write C-U-E.
Now I do.
Wow, that's correct. Thank you for that. Yeah, but I have one question also for Oren and Boris. At letter K, what is the tonality there at K? Is that F minor or F major?
Yeah.
F major.
But you know what? You can make it whatever you want.
Well, I know that.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna blame that.
And I'm not playing the third. So.
Hey y'all, I just want to share a couple of things in terms of rehearsal techniques. So this arrangement is 5 pages long. And when you play a two-handed instrument, particularly bass trombone, baritone, everything else is built on top of you and what you're doing as far as the horns. Also on this side of the band, you're the proxy for the rhythm section. And so y'all got to have an understanding very clearly in terms of what's happening. So for me, it's very easy to get lost in the road map. And because I have to know the road map, I use a highlighter, right? I use a highlighter because I have a mild synesthetic response to colors. So for me, the colors, like never write on music in pen. Pen is for signing checks, okay? But pencil, you have pencil for writing on your music, but I use highlighter for the road map, so that no matter what it ends up being, my highlighter means pay it. It's like caution signs, like yield signs, like you know what I'm saying? All of that. I use a highlighter specifically for that. So in case that helps, on this side of the music, you do whatever you have to your part to make sure you execute it properly, okay? So I use pencil to write on it, but for the roadmap, the coda, the repeats, and all that kind of stuff, always a highlighter. That's it.
At the top.
Okay, let's play some jazz.
Okay.
So, and just to be clear, N is 15, then you play O for the first ending, then you go back to N for another 15, then that's P, then you go back to N.
So
and
basically,
Q.
that whole thing happens 4 times.
Right. That's
Before
Okay. PQR should be 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
yeah, 4 different innings before they play open. Also, just to note, it's a saxophone chorale and tub with Donald, but the Oren and I are not playing this, so don't be alarmed.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
Well, is that a good tempo? Or should we take it tempo?
I think we can take the original sound.
You want to do that? Okay, you got it.
One second.
See, I'm in at the top.
Stop.
Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
gonna say you play louder, but we should play softer. I can't. The band. I can't hear at the time when in the beginning. Yeah, I know. I couldn't hear you. So, so the band's got to play quieter. I think it says piano.
It says piano.
I know.
No, I don't. I mean, it's been a while, so a lot of people are reading. There's some kind of like letters built in, so just have to read it right.
I think the only thing is give us the key. I mean, it was only 4 times a B, but just for some reason C didn't come in right.
Let's go from the top.
Let's do it from the top. But let's play quieter at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Top.
Everybody's cool with this tempo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right there, that's what we at.
Let duck count.
That's slower.
All right.
2 other bars. Just leave the break. Are y'all queuing C or D?
C. No, we're queuing C, but you know the trick is
times.
The trick is
I'm already at C. Yeah, me too.
we're at
into C.
A is supposed to be open.
Yeah, but he just counted it in.
Once I play, we're at B.
Right, and B is
You
4
didn't see
times.
him.
Well, I was at B.
And what might be confusing that the
A
first
or B is open for me.
Pardon me? A is open?
No.
You
Well,
said
B
no?
says open, he said 4 times.
Okay, so that's what the problem is. A
Oh,
is
okay.
open. A is open.
Correct.
That's what the problem
But
is.
Boris cued it and nobody saw him.
Okay.
No, but the
Right, but
piano
just Don didn't know
cues
he
B
was
though.
Say again?
The piano cues B. Once I start playing, that's B.
That's B,
Right.
Yeah, worst case
That's
scenario.
exact.
Well, worst case scenario, once the piano starts playing, that's B. But
Okay.
Donald didn't have open in his part for A, so now you know A is open.
Is B open?
No.
B is 4 times. B is 4
I
times.
have B open.
B is 4 times.
Right. I just wait.
It's just you for the
B is
first
4
two bars.
times.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Kaz-
I have both actually. I have 4 times and open. So
Cats, what might be confusing is rehearsal C. Nobody plays first 2 bars, right?
Correct.
correct.
But
Got
the
it.
piano,
Yeah.
there's
got
no
it.
drums there. The
Yeah,
drums
yeah,
stop
yeah.
there. That's the trick.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
That's
I mean,
the key. That's the color. That's what Mingus did originally.
cool. Oh, and B and C.
And C.
All right.
First 2 bars.
So A is open drums. A is open drums.
Yeah.
B is 4
Piano.
bars repeated 4 times.
Correct.
Boy. That and also that's the piano when the piano comes in. So worst case scenario, if you hear the piano, that's B. All right,
Yeah.
then 4 times. C, the drums drops out, right? And then the piano. You still play that thing in
I'm
C?
still playing it.
Boy,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the deal. You want to do it from the top again, or
Top.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I'm gonna play it right this time. B, I only play the figure 2 bars, then there's 2 bars rest.
Yeah, yeah, but when you come in, that's the top of B.
Yep.
You know what? Just play through it for me. I mean, you'll
I'm
know
gonna
what
cue
every
everything.
once we play.
I'm gonna cue it.
But I hear it.
They want to start from the top.
Wait, let's start at B.
I think we should start at A.
Okay, let's start at A.
We don't have an A. Oh, sorry, A.
Drums, open
A
drum
is
solo.
drums, yeah.
All right. Open drum solo.
So we can see the cues and everything.
Yeah. Open drum solo. Cool.
C-U-E.
Cue.
Yep.
On cue.
Let's start right at L.
So we're playing together, or
you're playing together at this point? Good.
Once we get to K, we start playing together. At the very end.
We play both times at L, right?
Yeah. Okay. L is 2 times. It's not open. L is 2 times.
Is this the first at L?
Let's play first at L. Yeah.
Okay.
Right at L.
Go ahead.
1, 2.
Thank you.
Or the ones who just arrived.
I was just going to say something, though, to everybody.
Well, before
was
you
there-
do
yeah.
that, you heard from Conrad Herwig at the trombone. David Alagoni at the trumpet. And that was the first set of the first conversation. The second conversation you heard between Orrin Evans at the piano and Donald Evans at the drums.
No, the only thing I was going to say for all of us as musicians, something, because this is a workshop as well as a rehearsal for us, is that Mingus was very asymmetrical in his thought process when it came to composition and form. And just for you guys to know, like when we were there when Orrin Evans and Donald Edwards were playing, that's a 23-bar phrase. Okay, we're used to like 4-bar phrases, 8-bar, 12-bar, 16-bar, 24. It's a 23-bar phrase. So it's very easy. And then, in this piece, we have a lot of 13-bar rests and 15-bar rests. So developing a counting system that you can depend on is super important. And it turns out, a lot of times it's not the notes you play, it's the gaps. To be able to play the gaps correctly to make it all function. I'll pass it on to our musical directors, but that, so something here for all of you to think about is, well, yeah, I am sort of. I call myself the designated hitter in this band. I sit on the bench and I come in to, but what I was going to say, though, is it's super important because you can, what we tend to do when we practice is we're playing, harmonic stuff, we're practicing scales, we're practicing tunes, we're practicing changes, we're practicing different matrices of like whether it's a Coltrane matrix or Mingus's, some of these hard tunes. But then a lot of times you're sitting there and you have tons of gaps. There's tons of empty space. And if you don't know when to come in the empty space, it doesn't matter how good you are. You know what I'm saying? Is it like you could play all the notes, but if you're not playing the gaps correctly, it's not working. So, and one of the interesting things that we can talk about too is Mingus's asymmetrical phrases sound totally organic, and when you listen, you don't realize how hard it is. I know you guys know this too. You listen to it, then you have to play it, and it's very asymmetrical. Not just this tune, which is Opus 4, but tons of other Mingus compositions. 13-bar blues and 7-bar, 5-bar phrases, etc. I'll pass it over to Mr. Escoffery, Professor. Oh, Jason.
Thanks, Ray.
I just want to point out a couple of things in terms of just being in a section, being in a band, particularly something like this where there's so many different things going on. It's important to get real clear on what your job is, and there's a sweet spot between knowing what your individual role is and what it takes to do that effectively, and knowing overall what the band is supposed to sound like to the listener, right? If you're too concerned with, the overall thing, you run the risk of not doing your job well, right? And if you're too concerned with your own job, in the event that stuff starts to disintegrate, you can't step in because you don't know enough. So you got to know the song well enough to be able to support it kind of globally, but you got to know your job well enough to do that, because that's really why you're sitting in the chair, okay? So over time, it's helpful to learn the questions that are relevant to the chair you're sitting in, right? Like, if I don't have backgrounds to play during the solo, the only thing I care about is the length of the solo. If I'm not soloing and I'm not playing backgrounds, what I can't do is come in wrong after the solo. So learn the questions that are important to your chair, right? Everybody's chair got different questions pertinent to that job. Okay, so over time, and this is just not just big bands, but over time, just learn the questions that are important for your chair so that you can do your job effectively, but you are also able to contribute to a solution in case the band starts to collapse. Because the harder and harder the music and the more varied the circumstances under which you have to deliver that music, the greater the likelihood of a collapse. So in order to avoid that, you have to learn the music globally so that you can come in off the bench, save the day if that's what it takes. Because ultimately, y'all just got to get the music to the people because the people need it. Understood? Cool.
I want to say something.
Thank you, Rad and Jason. Also, this chart is, like you say, you see like 13 bars break and you don't know what's happening, right? I studied, score writing from Thad Jones' book and from, David Baker and such. And it's great, but in reality, I learned more. But this chart is like 22 years old, 21. I learned more in all this time from all of you. Not like every single person expressed to me what they want to see in the chart. So right now it has like 13 bars, whatever, 17 bars, and nobody knows what's going on. What I do different now, first of all, there'd be changes in every part for every bar of the tune. I was scolded on that. Like I'm a musician, I want to see changes, I want to hear that. So whether you're playing solo by design or not, or never, you would still see changes in my chart now. These days, if I would write the chart. If there's a crucial melody which it serves as a cue to something, I would put it in tiny rhomb-like notes, which would signify that you don't play that, but you listen for that. Yeah, I would do that too, and I would never put slushes for the drummer. I would always put either changes or melodies, maybe in color coding that too, like red ink or something. So that's what I would do different, because I'm looking at this 21-year-old chart and I'm seeing the shortcomings of it. But the music still stands because it's basically, I just transcribed and orchestrated Mingus Quintet.
How many of you are thinking of writing for a big band or a large ensemble?
Raise your hands high.
Okay. Years ago I started writing charts, and at one point I worked with a band at the Apollo, and it was led by a guy named Reuben Phillips, and he started telling me stories, and one of them was that the second alto player for quite a while in the band was a guy named Oliver Nelson, who of course became a great writer and composer. And he said to me, when the break happened with the band, he always knew where to find Oliver. I said, where was Oliver? He said, Oliver was off talking to the person that played the instrument that he knew the least amount about. So instead of just walking around on your break, take that to heart, along with what Boris is saying about the way the stuff is mapped out. Learn about the instruments you don't know about. J.J. Johnson told me the same thing. So really think about that. If you want to write, you need to know what you're writing for. It's just common sense.
Tell them the pencil story, the Mingus pencil story.
Oh. What he's referring to is when I played with Charles, I was about 20, I guess. And for obvious reasons, I was very quiet around these. You always heard these stories about Mingus, and so I was always concerned. So one day, I'm sitting. The place we played. They had a small bar, and I didn't really drink. I would sit there and have some orange juice. So I'm sitting there having some orange juice, and Mingus comes in at the end of the bar, which is probably the difference between myself and where Mr. Scoffrey is right now. And all of a sudden he says to me, come here for a minute. Like, okay, what did I do now? It was one of those kind of moments. And, Mingus was a people watcher. He always watched everybody, So I go over, and he has a score, and he starts writing on the score and says, listen, you see this mechanical pencil? Check out the way it looks on the score. It's real bold. You can see every note. That doesn't happen with a regular pencil because the lead is thicker on this. And he says, you should take this. And to this day, I don't know how Charles knew that I was into writing music. It was just one of those things. You know what I mean? But that also brings us to another point. Get to know the musicians you're playing with, because that personality comes out in the instrument.
Real quick, for those of you who are aspiring to be band leaders, composers, arrangers, like you want to stand in front of a group of people and get a message out to a much larger group of people. One of the ways that Charles Mingus's music got to so many people such that we're sitting here now talking about it is that you have to either be or surround yourself with people who are very consistent, very reliable. They're the same person there all the time. And as human beings, obviously, we're subject to fluid circumstances and life things and all of that. But like who you are to your band is as strong as you are as the leader consistent. So be whatever you're going to be. Get together whatever you got to get together by yourself so that when you present it to the band, you're exactly the same all the time, because that's how you develop trust. As soon as you set your band up in a situation and then you change, they stop trusting you and you might not get that back again. Okay? So make sure your music is clear. However, what your notation looks like. Like I can look at a chart without the front page. The font let me know Boris did it. Straight up, right? And we all have different things that we like to see in our music, but Boris has been the exact same person to me for 25 years. Exactly the same. And there is not a faster or more effective way to develop trust than to be individually consistent, right? Even how you count, right? In some places, this means good job. To some people, this means 1. To me, this means the number 6. Right? You understand what I'm saying? So get clear on what all is happening such that, you can be as consistent as you want to be so that you can be an effective presenter and creator of music.
Make a few quick comments about this chart before we move on from it. Just so that sounded good. I think so. At G, the idea would be we should do that 3 times when we do it. I think we should, as it was originally intended, so that like each. No, I think each soloist. That's how we used to do it. So I think each soloist takes 1 full chorus. Then that 3rd chorus, are they supposed to trade or play a little bit or something like that with the backgrounds? Right, so I think I recall how we've done this back in the day when we did it, was that it was 3 choruses. The 3rd chorus was trading. We don't have to decide how the trading works now, but the 3rd chorus is trading with the backgrounds, because you don't want the 2nd solo to come and then we're playing backgrounds with the person. Right, so each of you guys play a full chorus. The 3rd time, figure out how you're gonna trade on it, and then we play backgrounds. Then we go on. All right, so in the future,
that I'll say with that is, and this is when you guys, certain tunes are easy to trade on. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? When you got 8-bar phrases and 4-bar phrases in a tune. Right. If you got a 13-bar phrase, you have to know.
Yeah,
Are you trading 8 and 5? Are you trading 6.5 and 6.5?
So maybe you got it
can be very tricky. Correct. So that's something that David and I will have to work out.
Right.
On the side.
Yeah, you figure it out. Yeah.
And like let's say you're just doing a gig, and all of a sudden you call. I don't know if you guys know, like Alone Together has a 14-bar phrase. Well, if you're gonna trade, you gotta know you're trading 8 and 6s, or it can fall apart. So a little kind of gray cell matter, planning ahead. But so each play chorus, then trade.
I think that.
And then when we get to K.
And then you're playing together, go doing it.
When we get to K. Okay, makes sense.
I think that.
I got a question. Who has the first entrance at letter L? Like beat 1 of letter L. Who comes?
I play.
Okay.
I think all the trumpets.
So I'm asking that question because whatever happens at K, each section is an odd number of bars. All I need to know is when I hear lead trumpet come back, we're at L. That's an example of what I'm talking about.
Right, so that's L. Then at N, did we do that correctly again? Did we do that or how it was originally intended? That's supposed to be only a piano solo? Because I have piano and drums. At Nancy.
The trading part is every ending first, and every first ending is the drum part.
I see. So like, you're supposed to lay out on those first endings, right? On those endings.
I didn't play on those.
Okay. And DeBoer, did you lay out?
Where?
On
No, because you all have parts.
Oh no, I'm saying the bass. And at N, all the endings at N, did you lay out?
Endings endings are O, P, Q, and R. Nobody lays out. Matter of fact, the way it's designed, Orin plays at N, which is this odd bar number phrase. What is it? 15-bar phrase. Then Donald answers with 8-bar phrase, which is supported by the band.
Correct.
And in Mingus's fashion, I took it upon myself, but I think he probably would do similar thing. Mingus loved quoting himself, as he did even like in writing, taking 4 bars from one piece and making another piece out of it. So I put different songs into the.
I basically put the quotes from different songs of Mingus's for Donald's 8-bar answers there. You can hear Love Chant, you can hear Gunslinging Bird, and other things. So that's the idea. And whether Oren plays there or not, that's really up to you.
I think it makes a difference. He shouldn't. I don't think he should play. He's not supposed to.
Oh yeah, if
and then also, I was trying to get at. Were you playing? Yes. Were you playing there on those endings?
I am playing.
Yeah, he is. You are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm playing behind you, and Donald plays on top of that.
Oh, I see. Okay. So so at N it's piano, and then the first ending at O is
drums.
Right, it's drums and the
With the
band,
band.
and the piano lays out.
And same thing
With all the endings.
UNR, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So they all have a part in each letter, right?
Yeah.
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 It's like a different quote in each letter from different songs.
It's possible to hear that.
Yeah, I think we should play that. But let's keep.
I would like to know what that is.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
Let's play those. But let's one thing though. Let me just check. Okay, and so S then is piano and drums. We did that well. We cued on T. I just wanted to hear. Let's play those endings as Donald just requested, and then also maybe we can play them. I'd like to hear just you out.
Start at N.
Yeah. We don't have to play. We can just play the endings and stop, right? Or you want to do the whole thing?
Let's do the whole thing. It's easier.
Okay. Why don't we just do N out?
And the part that Oren plays is 15 bars. So you're welcome to do it.
Okay. So let's just do N out.
The tempo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that your tempo?
Yeah. You know what? I'm not married to any tempo.
I feel like that was a little slower than we usually do it, but
Do it a little, like do
You
it
wanna
at
count it
the real tempo.
yeah, it's a little bit
Wherever
faster.
you think it is. At N for Nancy.
Yeah, the only thing about the tempo is that, like for instance, at T, that's Love Chant, right? If it's too fast, it don't sound like the tune. You know what I'm saying?
That is the one meant to.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, this is the tempo.
Okay.
You did.
If you like it.
Yeah. Let's try it there. It should work.
Let's do N.
N. First
1,
time.
2,
Thank you. And by the way, that chorale that you hear at the end and the same chorale up on the top, I didn't cheat. I just used the direct technique of, it's basically the bridge backwards harmonized. It's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like that whole 15-bar phrase, backwards harmonized.
Let's hear it for Boris Kozlov for that arrangement. So we go until about 2, which is about 20 more minutes. No. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So if we're happy to play another tune, but if you guys have any questions about what you heard or anything in general related to Mingus or the music, just step up to the mic. There's a mic here just so we can hear you. Yeah. All right. You're next. I don't think that mic is on, or does it switch or something?
It says dead battery.
Then I think the battery's dead.
The sound of Charles Mingus and what would help me to play the Charles Mingus music better and play it as a bass player and supporting the band as a bass player. And what do you guys think defines the sound of Mingus? Is if it's like blues, like his influence of classical music, or his suffering from racism and all that stuff? Because I can hear something and I know like that's Charles Mingus, but what do you guys think that most defines the sound of Charles Mingus?
It's hard to say what defines most because there's so many. He was so many things and he was into so many things. We were talking about the blues earlier. Conrad was talking about that. Like blues is the paramount. He grew up with that. He also grew up in church, so a lot of church music. One of the trumpet players who played with us a long time ago, Kenny Rampton, one time, he was asked, what do you need to play Mingus music? And I thought he was very eloquent in saying that you need to be equally well, footed in both jazz and classical, because he was trying to merge those worlds all the time. And obviously, you have to listen to what's going on and not to be silent on that, on the issues of if something's wrong, just speak up, because he was like that.
What should I do to learn and play more
Well,
of Mingus?
Check out Mingus himself. His favorite composer was Duke Ellington, and his second favorite composer was Charlie Parker. And his third most favorite composer was Thelonious Monk. So Monk, Duke, and Mingus, that's, even though he called the song. So listen to that in order to be able. Last thing I want to say, just so we can take more questions, Mingus would always say to his sideman, play yourself. Yeah. The moment you play somebody else, like Jacob McLean was trying to play like Charlie Parker, Mingus was called him. So play yourself.
One of the best ways for assimilating anybody's style is who were their role models, and that's what Boris just said. So, definitely, people wonder why jazz history is important, because, a lot of people say, well, I just want to blow freeze, like, well, I don't need all that old-timey stuff, you know what I mean? But what it will do, like we talked about the blues before many of you got here, was it'll inform everything you do. So let's say, for example, if you're a trumpet player and you want to play like Woody Shaw, who should you check out? Louis Armstrong, Roy Eldridge, Dizzy Gillespie, Fats Navarro, Clifford Brown, Lee Morgan, Freddie Hubbard. You check out all those folks, then you can get to Woody Shaw. And you might say, well, Louis Armstrong has nothing to do with Woody Shaw, but he has everything to do with Woody Shaw. So you could take that on whatever instrument you have. Are there any more questions? Yeah, please come forward and just shout it out. Oh, this other gentleman. Okay, go ahead. I think it's broke. It's dead.
It's off red.
No. I have a question specifically for Mr. Evans. When you're playing a tune like Opus 4, for example, right, there's these jumps between the band and yourself soloing, and there's like a really large decibel gap. How do you like navigate creating like a powerful entrance without like feeling like you're like going too hard on the piano, cause, like, or like playing over like backgrounds as a pianist on a piano solo?
I'm really, I'm not opposed to going too hard on the piano, so that's probably what, you know, like I don't have a monitor here, and what I have done is start to just trust and just play. Like, so I'm not thinking, oh, I gotta be louder than the band. I'm just gonna play. And hopefully from what I'm playing, it gets out there and it gets to the world. But I don't, you know, that's how you can hurt yourself too, actually going too hard and playing too hard over the band. But if you just play and you project, and then also trust what you're hearing. We're right here. I can hear the piano. If I'm playing with people I trust, they're going to help me be heard. But I don't do anything physically to, you know, I'm already trying to make sure that I'm heard. So I'm not going to go extra like, okay, here's the band, and I'm going to force myself. You know, you just play, and you with hope and trust, you're going to be heard. I hope that answered your question. If that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, also two quick things. I mean, one of the things I noticed about Oren when he does play in that situation, to my ear, even though he says he's just playing, to my ear, you know, he's also listening to the backgrounds and kind of like, you know, there's call and response in this music. So, you know, the backgrounds are there for a reason. If there's a background that's like a pad, I bet second nature, he's like, oh, I got a nice pad, and he's going to play. If there's a background that's like, he's probably going to let that go and then come back in because he's listening. You know, is it call and response? Is it that kind of background? Is it a pad? You know, so you're also using common sense. But, also, you know, that's what we do when we play anyway. We just play and we listen and there's a little back and forth to it. You know, the other thing that we all think about on our instruments is having a big sound, right? You have to have a big sound, and especially to play in a big band, to play with other people. It doesn't mean you have to be the loudest guy in the band, but you have to spend time. Everyone up here has and does do that. Spend time having a strong, big sound so that we can present in whatever environment. You know, and then the one thing I was just gonna add about you know, sounding Mingusy to what everyone said, and you know, it was pretty much alluded to, is Mingus he was different. Well, I mean, I guess maybe you could say most band leaders do this, but I think Mingus did it in a very specific and proactive way. He chose musicians that didn't necessarily sound like everybody else. You know, so like you might hear some big bands and the sound is like very homogenous. You know, Mingus wasn't like that. Like even in the saxophone section, whether it's, you know, John Handy or Jackie McLean or whoever it is, these are all very Eric Dolphy. These are all very individualistic sounding people. You know, if you have all of them playing a whole note, it's gonna sound different. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of people that he chose. Even his drummer, you know, Danny Richmond, he didn't play drums. You know, he turned him into a drummer. You know, he chose people that were kind of different. You know, Jackie Byard or whoever it is, you know what I mean? That's what Johnny Coles. That's what made Mingus's band sound so unique. Those unique individuals, you know.
Earl?
You know, when you talk about Charles's influences, I think it's also important that you realize that Charles studied with a gentleman who was the principal bass player for the New York Philharmonic. He played cello before then. He also had a scoring, I guess you could call it apprenticeship. I always forget this gentleman's name, so I'm going to make sure I give it to you.
Lloyd Reese.
Dimitri Tiomkin. Right, and Lloyd Reese was another teacher of his, and he taught Charles, he taught Eric Dolphy, he taught Dexter Gordon.
Brad Callender.
Yeah, so all these influences, you know, sometimes when I teach about Mingus, I kind of come up with a stew, because you got to have, like, those kind of people, and like Conrad said, you know, you have to have Pops, you have to have Louis Armstrong, And while we're on that subject, it is extremely important to know whose shoulders you stand on. Everybody in this band is somebody whose shoulders they stand on. You know, whether it be Pepper Adams for baritone player or JJ for a trombone player. It's important that you delve into the history of your instrument because those are the shoulders that you stand on.
Let me just add, I'm sorry a minute, I hope everyone here knows that Mingus started on trombone in the band. Did you guys know that Mingus was a trombone player? Charles Mingus was a trombone player in the story because Britt Woodman played with us for many years and he was our mentor and guide. And he said when he was in elementary school, going into junior high, that he and Charles were together in the trombone section and they would go to Mingus's house to practice trombone. And then Buddy Collette said that he needed a bass player in the band. And then they went and Mingus was trying to tell Charles Sr., his father, that they needed a bass. And so then Charles's father went to Britt Woodman and asked, said, Britt, what do you think? And Britt said, well, he has a much bigger future on bass than he does on the trombone. And so that was when his father bought the bass. But what's interesting, you would have to be a trombone player to know, many of the charts fit perfectly on the trombone. If you use alternate positions and you know what to do, they look super hard and then all of a sudden they just slot up and down within the trombone context. And Eric Mingus, who's going to be here this weekend, he's not going to be here. Eric Mingus told me when he was in school, private school, upstate, Charles would go and give him a trombone lesson once a week. And he said his dad would pick up the trombone and just be ripping on the trombone. And he was like, how did you know? He said, well, man, I started on trombone. You know, so that people don't really know that. I'm going to move it over here to Mr. Marshall.
So one of the things that really distinguishes Mingus to me is all the ingredients, all the emotions, all the experiences are completely undiluted. And often what makes Mingus's music so intense, what makes it often feel like too much, is that what it's presenting is presented in its totality. And so if we're thinking about American music, we're talking about effectively the blues, gospel, and country, which is the same music and the same musicians on different days of the week. And then jazz, so-called, is what happens when those same people out of those same circumstances and that same music moves into more urban, more dense environments, okay? So if you want to, quote, sound more like Mingus or play the music better, understand it better, just remember that in its purest form, all the ingredients are undiluted. All the musicians that you associate with Mingus's music, to the point that was raised earlier, are undiluted, right? Even now, the Mingus Big Band, the Mingus Dynasty has been a history of undiluted personalities, undiluted ingredients, and that is a constant, in case it's not obvious from there, undiluted personalities, undiluted contributions, and we just start and sometimes finish with an agreement that we want the music to be as good as it can be, and then between here and there we just work it out.
Guys, more questions from you? Any questions?
This is your chance.
Just come up.
When you're swinging, how do you work on feeling both the subdivision of the triplet and the quarter note and the big beat and keeping all of it consistent?
I don't.
Is that to horn players? Or
What do you play?
Guitar.
Right. Well, I mean, in a weird way, you just answered your own question. I mean, you know, this is how I think of it. You know, and you should have probably asked, the rhythm section, different people, different things. I think different people have different answers. But the swing, we're using these words that we don't always love to use, but swing really is derived from that African rhythm. 12/8 in the triplet. So and what I just did, without even thinking about it, right? I'm tapping the big beat down here, and up here is right? You answered your own question, right? When you asked the question, you asked about the triplet, you asked about the big beat, you asked about subdividing. That's what you do. You have to have the big beat, and you have to have that
that 6/8, 12/8 triplet rhythm in there. And for me, I think that helps me swing, it helps me subdivide, it helps me create. And when I play with a drummer who doesn't have a lot of triplets, I have less ideas. Yeah. Right? Because that's a part, that's kind of like the origins of the music, you know.
What instrument do you play?
Guitar.
Oh, guitar. That's right. You said that. Okay. Well, usually for me, I try to hear duple and triple at the same time, as far as being more free in my expression and going in and out of each one. Because let's say I'm playing the triplet feeling, and we got something that's a straight feel coming up. I got to set that up before we get there. I got to hear that before we get there. So I'm already internalizing it all throughout. And just for myself in general. And that's, but that's also, it doesn't work totally at all tempos. So you got to find some things that works at slow tempos, medium tempos, fast tempos. And, I don't want to say make that your crush, but just make that your thing that, your feel is based on. But the triplet is a good thing as far as swing to rely on, because it's already built into the groove. It's just like New Orleans music. Nobody's talking about, oh, we're swinging. It's just built into the culture, so it naturally swings and just by default. So and when you go back to like what Wayne was saying, it's the African thing, the triplet, all that stuff. So yeah, just try to hear the triplet and you're playing as much as you can.
Yeah, everybody's going to tell you about the triplet. But, the triplet, really, the amount of the triplet that's in the music can really tell you the style. You know what I mean? Like if you go from blues, or as they say, African 6/8, and you hear a blues band, there's going to be a lot of triplet. And it's almost like a natural thing. You can almost feel it. Feel like a blues band, and guy's playing the triplet on the ride cymbal, and he gets tired of that triplet, and instead of playing ding 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 ding, it's a natural occurrence. Even if you listen to old school rap, that laid back feeling comes from the triplet. See what I'm saying? So now, one of the best things you can do is listen to people who have mastered that and play along on your instrument to those recordings. And sometimes you're lucky you have YouTube. We just had worn out grooves on records, you know what I'm saying? So you can actually take a track and go into YouTube and slow it down a little bit. But the main thing is to be conscious and to play along with it and just always be in it. See what I mean? Yeah. That's the way you're going to learn it.
One other thing I would say, Eddie Palmieri was my beloved brother. Eddie Palmieri, the great salsa pianist, and he said, there are no sax players, there are no trombone players, there are no trumpet players. There's 15 drummers on the stage. So you're playing sax drum, trombone drum, guitar drum, and so placement is everything. And something that just came to me when I was exactly your age, because everybody knows, we're here for Mingus, but this is John Coltrane's centennial, 100th anniversary of John Coltrane's birth. Let's give a hand of applause for John Coltrane. We're doing a big concert next month with Wayne Escoffrey at Rutgers University. But what I was gonna say though is, if you listen to impressions, to some live versions, or even the Live at the Vanguard version, and we freaked out. We were listening with headphones. I was your age, and it was like boo, ba-ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo-doo, and Elvin is going 1 2 3 1 2 3 and he's burning. So also understanding when you're playing fast tempos, because the other thing that I would say for time and swing and everything is think trajectories, because if you're chopping small 2-bar phrases or even 4-bar phrases, you want to think longer phrases, especially at fast tempos, because then it sounds really choppy and jerky. But if you listen to the greats, they're playing these amazing long phrases, and sometimes across the bar phrases, but then I mean, you're listening to the solos, but like I said, I would go back and just listen to Elvin's grunting, because that is the hippest thing I ever heard in my life, man. We used to just sit there with headphones on listening to Elvin grunt along with Train. It was bad, super bad. Any more questions?
Maybe one more question.
I'm just add one more. One more, and this is to everybody, but it's based on your question. But based on that, dance, like, but just go out and dance, like and I'm dead serious, because if you don't look or feel comfortable on the dance floor, I don't even care if it's a two-step. You don't have to do like routines, but if you don't look cool and feel cool with a two-feel, you'll never feel this music, honestly, to me. You have to be able to move and dance. Outside of all these notes, when that music starts, if you don't look hip, ask somebody if you look hip. Ask somebody. Like, do I look hip doing this? No, you probably don't. If you got to ask, you don't. But the bottom line is just be able to feel it in your body and want to dance to this music, and then everything else will fall into place.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on up.
Come on up. Come on up.
Better if you're on the mic.
Hello. Hi. Okay. My question is, how do you extend your physical, mental endurance when practicing for long periods of time to prevent burning out? But like individual practice session, like in your own room.
What do you? Is this a question for you're asking for general people, or what do you play?
Like wind instruments.
What's your instrument?
Flute.
Oh, Alex.
Pace yourself. Take breaks during your practice routine. Take physical breaks, take mental breaks.
Alex.
This is basically what I've been dedicating my life to the last 5 years. Take breaks during your practice routine. Take mental breaks, take physical breaks. Practice playing both soft and loud. And when you feel physical fatigue, stop. Then start again. Don't be afraid to practice the same thing twice.
I had a great teacher. His name was Don Jacoby in Texas when I was at North Texas State. He had a lot of great students like Lou Marini, Tom Malone, the guys from the Blues Brothers. And Jake's phrase to us was, don't practice long, practice often. Don't practice long, practice often. So for example, if you can play 15 minutes 8 times a day, that beats 2 hours straight where then you blow your chops, you're like dead meat, and you're hurting yourself. So, I mean, that phrase in and of itself, I think, is hugely important.
He just described my development since I started saxophone. In life, I never sat down for an hour to play the saxophone unless it was on a gig. But I will say to your question, developing your cardiovascular fitness. You know, I mean, it's not necessarily the main ingredient, but most really strong wind instrument players at some point in their life had a fairly routine cardiovascular. It could have been riding a bike, swimming, Nordic skiing, whatever the thing is, you know. But you got to grow yourself into the musician you want to be, and so whatever that is, you got to commit to the ritual of developing that, right? Kind of building on what Dr. Pope said, Norris, is that you go up to your point of fatigue and then you stop and you reset and you go back to it, and over time you gently raise that ceiling, and eventually that ceiling becomes your new baseline. So over time you develop, you push on the ceiling, eventually you pierce that threshold, and then you're on the other side of it, right? And sometimes you do have to go to the well, and it feels hard, it's uncomfortable, but you adapt. And the frequency with which you expose yourself to that new level, at first you do it for 10 seconds, and that's enough, right? You want out of it. But over time, you develop some comfort in that discomfort, and it, as I said, it becomes your new baseline, okay? So there's sometimes it will hurt, but you know, developing that is how you do it.
All right.
Thank you.
I just had one more thing to say. I hate to say it, but I'm sorry. The only thing was Clark Terry told me, how long do you practice? I asked him, Chief, how long should I practice? He said, practice till you taste blood, is what he told me. That's what Clark Terry said.
And I know we're all leaving, but you don't have to stand there if you don't want. I'm just going to talk. But along those lines, it's interesting because we all have different ideas and theories about practicing. It also depends on your instrument. If you play a brass instrument, you have to be very specific with what you do. And Chris and I, we studied with Jack and McLean together, and we lived together for 4 years, so we know each other's practice habits. And our practice habits were practice all day, every day. That's how much I practiced. And am I lying? No. And that's how much he practiced. I mean, and if you want to reach your 10,000 hours and to be a master, my viewpoint is you should practice as much as you can. And when you get tired, stop. And sure, if you need mental breaks, take a break. But if you play the saxophone and you're getting tired, you're playing it wrong. I mean, and if you're playing the flute and you're getting tired, you're probably playing it wrong too. So you need to figure out a way. And also, if you do a gig, like back in the day, cats were doing gigs. We do 3 sets and we're complaining about it. Back then, they would do 4 gigs a day of 3 sets. They would be playing all day. And so how are you going to play all day and be listening to your colleagues and do things if you don't have the mental capacity to have that instrument in your hand for several hours at a time? So, there's all these physicalities, there's all these things that are depending on your instrument. But, my viewpoint is we need to figure out a way to be able to practice and play as much as we possibly can without getting tired or hurting ourselves. And to Jason's point, I do a lot of running, I do a lot of yoga, I work out a lot to make sure that I have that endurance, okay? Anyway, it's 2:00, we gotta take a little break.
Just real quick. I'm just gonna say this. When you practice, if you sound really good, you're performing, you're not practicing. I'm gonna leave you with that, okay? Let's take the break.
Right.
Ovanembe moro, ovanembe moro. Abarako sisi, ovanembe moro. Ovanembe moro, ovanembe moro. Ovanembe moro. qué bueno está el marino. Qué bueno está el marino. Qué bueno el marino. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar de este maldito solar. Bom, bom, la, 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 la. Lo único que yo siento es que me tengo que mudar de este maldito solar. El encargado me recomendó, el encargado me recomendó que allí rumba no quería, que allí escándalo no había. Y entonces yo le contesté, entonces yo le contesté, rumba pa' aquí y chisme pa' allá, rumba pa' aquí, ay, pero chisme pa' allá, telegrafía sin hilo. Dame mi fondo que me tengo que mudar. Otra vez, rumbero. Lo único que yo tengo, que me tengo que mudar, pero que lo único que yo siento, que me tengo que mudar de este maldito solar. El encargado me recomendó, el encargado me recomendó. Bom 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 bom. La 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 la. Entonces yo le di que hacer. Entonces yo le di que hacer. Dame mi fondo que me mudo mañana, que me mudo mañana, que me mudo mañana. Que me mudo mañana, ay, que me mudo mañana. Belén, 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 que me mudo mañana. No, 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 que me mudo mañana. Rayo puto motifero dice, mira, yo me mudo mañana. Este solar en la campana, yo me mudo mañana. Los chismecitos me vuelven loco y yo me mudo mañana. Este solar de chismosa que yo me mudo, rayo. Belén, 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 yo me mudo, rayo. Escúchame tu tumbero, que yo me mudo mañana. Ay, deja que goce el punto, que me mudo mañana. Rayo timbero que dice, mira que yo me mudo mañana. Este conjunto armonioso, mira, dice me mudo mañana. Oye, Rayo, escucha Charilongo, dice, mira que yo me mudo mañana. Rayo, el conjunto de los rumberos y yo me mudo mañana. Agosto licencia dice, mira, ya me mudo mañana. Agosto licencia dice, mira, rayo, que esto está campana. Rayo. escucha, se me oye, yo me mudo mañana. Que rayo tú, que yo me mudo, rayo oye. Mudo mañana, oye. A bambango, que bambango, que bambango, que bambango, oye. Bangan, bangan, que yo me mudo mañana. A Frucora y en Abacua que yo me mudo. Rayo dice, mira. Escucha, Simba Mutifero dice, mañana. Oye, la nota de quinto que me mudo. Rayo, oye. Que yo me mudo mañana, que yo me mudo mañana. La rumba es lo más sublime para el alma divertir. Y yo no voy a exigir que por bueno tú le estimes. Yo canto para que te anime, que tú me prestes atención, que canto de corazón. Oiga bien esta llamada, una rumba bien cantada siempre alegra. Corazón me ven a
Welcome back. Orrin Evans at the piano. Orrin Evans. Jason Marshall at the baritone saxophone. Stacy Dillard at the tenor saxophone. Dr. Alexander Pope Norris at the trumpet. This was called Peggy's Blue Skylight, as most of you probably know. We would love to talk to you, so please come up if you have any questions, and we'll answer anything.
Any questions so far? Don't be shy.
Please don't be shy, because we would like it to be two-way anyway.
Maybe some questions. Come on up. Yeah, blue shirt, come on.
arrangements. So, how do you write a short chorus, and where should we write it? What part of the piece that you form should you have the chorus based on?
You do solos?
No, big band, writing a shout chorus, I'll answer first. When I write shout choruses, what I do is I'll take whatever the tune is or the form and I'll play it on my horn. And sometimes I'll record it. And then I'll transcribe phrases that sound organic and sound like jazz. One thing I think that happens with shout choruses for students, because many of us teach comp and arranging, is you sit at the computer and you write the shout chorus there. You know what I mean? And remember, you're better off if you have the linear, the trajectory of the whole shout chorus. Because what happens is you sit at the keyboard, you write 2 bars, you write 4 bars, you write 6 bars. Really what you should know is, where are you going to end? Where are you going to get to when you get to the bridge? What are you doing? And the other thing with the shout chorus that I say is, you need 2 things. You need something. You need something. Are you going to use block voicings? Are you going to use open voicings? Is it going to be, saxes with bone, sort of stabs in the background? What are you doing? You have to have something. And once you have something, there's only one other thing you need. You need something else. Okay? So those are the 2 things that I say.
Just building on that, because he's absolutely right. My arranging teacher, one of them anyway, he said, okay, your arrangement's got to be about a thing. And everything in the arrangement has to be in service of whatever that thing is. Now, specifically to shout choruses, I would say the shout is often the culmination of the piece before you go back to the original melody, right? And generally speaking, people arrange based on various formulas that they've adopted and tested and seen to work over time. And so you'll have your introduction, you'll have your melody. Often you'll have the melody again, or a next part of the melody with some accompaniment. Then you'll have a way to, we call it a send-off, set up the solo, okay? And then the solo will then have backgrounds at the end of the solo section. That's where your shout tends to be, okay? And that should sound like the next strongest melody after the main melody is your shout, and it should involve as many people as you can, because that's the apex of the whole arrangement. That's why they call it a shout, all right? And so you get everybody involved, and you set up generally the second expression of the melody with the accompaniment into however you're going to end the song, okay?
Next.
Does that help? Yep. Well, just a quick additional question. So how long should the short chorus be?
How long?
Yeah. How many bars? Yes.
It makes sense that it's at least the length of the song. That's why it's called a shout
Or it
chorus.
could be half the chorus.
Yeah.
Half the chorus, and then you go out on the bridge.
There you go. Exactly.
That's a possibility. And if it's a really burning tune, like super fast, 250 or faster, you could do a shout where you have the sections with interplay, and you might do a couple of choruses, or a chorus a cappella if the tune is fast enough. You know what I'm saying? That was what you guys know, Rob McConnell,
of course, yeah.
And the Boss Brass.
Yeah.
Is everyone familiar with Rob McConnell and the Boss Brass from Canada? One of the baddest. It was all the heavy cats from Toronto, and Rob McConnell had amazing a cappella shout choruses, and it was super effective in the day. This is about 40, 50 years ago.
Another example, is a Boss Brass record you like a lot?
Just any of it is good.
Gotcha. A good example of what he's talking about, Toshiko Akiyoshi, there's an album called Desert Lady, and the song is called Hiroko's Delight. And the shout section is the saxophone, it's like a saxophone solo and a trumpet solo happening together with stabs from the trombone section as the shout chorus. It's super effective. So check that out as an example.
Desert Lady, Hiroko's Delight, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I'm on
Toshiko
got that?
trombone on that record.
Huh?
I'm playing third trombone.
So there you go.
I can add another one. Thad Jones Cherry Juice.
There you go. Yep.
Thad Jones Cherry Juice.
Yeah. Also, Time Check. I don't know who wrote it. Buddy Rich Band. The song is called Time Check. Yep.
Time check. Also, just one thing to think about. one thing to think about too is, and this will be a theme of mine, I'm sure, through this weekend, is just make sure you're playing the song, right? Like even though you're writing a shout chorus, don't like try to necessarily find material from out of the sky. You know, use the song to influence what you're writing, and you should do that when you're playing too. By the way, you know what I'm saying? If you know, so just emphasize what's there. If it has a unique form, or if there's something interesting in the melody, or you play the song. You know, yeah, cool.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
More questions?
Any more questions before we?
Oh.
Yeah, one back there. You're welcome to come to the front.
Come on.
Come on down.
I'm a drummer, and how could I make Latin grooves sound more interesting, and how should I practice that? And also, if I want to like,
How does she play? How does? Yeah,
Oh,
speak into the mic.
my bad.
Speak into the mic.
Yeah, I'm a drummer, and how could I make Latin grooves sound more interesting, and how should I practice that? And also, if I want to like dive deep into like Latin grooves, which Latin grooves should I start from?
Well, let's maybe start to answer your question as it relates to playing with a big band. When it comes to Latin grooves, what I look for is what's in the music, and I base the groove on that. I'm probably not going to do a textbook Latin thing, but I usually try to figure out how I can anchor the groove and what parts are playing what and what parts can I lean on to make it more effective. Outside of that, I would just learn claves. Maybe, start with the 3-2, and then go to the 2-3, and learn how to figure them out. Like when you listen to music, it's usually, like the clave is usually based on the melody or a singer, and you see where the singer is or where the melody lays. Like a good example of that is like, maybe like The Entertainer or something like that. It's basically written on a 3-2 clave thing. And, but just in general, like you want to let the music dictate what your clave is, but before you even get to that, you gotta like learn the claves. And it's good to start with like a 3-2 or a 2-3 in duple and also in triple. So it's duple and triple. So you learn 2 of each. 2-3, 3-2 and duple, 2-3, 3-2 and triple. And usually when it's in triple, if you see Afro-Cuban on the chart, that's probably what you want to do. Something like that, or depending on where the music lies and what parts you're playing off of. But as it relates to the band, I usually look for the groove in the music and try to accentuate that. But just in general, like if you just want to learn for yourself, just learn the claves. And there's so much information online where you can get that stuff. But learn to find it when you're in a situation, and it's usually the melody. Even in like Brazilian music, they say they don't have a clave, but they do. And usually the melody always, 9 times out of 10, if I look for the clave, it's usually in the melody. And for a long time, I didn't know how to find it. And then, you start talking to people and who know about this stuff, and usually they say the melody, from my experience. But yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Just quickly, there's a book about a lot of what Donna Edwards is talking about right now. But it doesn't say Latin grooves or nothing like that on it. Often you'll hear, Randy Weston used to talk about this. He said there are no Latin grooves. There's only African rhythms interpreted by Spanish speakers. And there is a
The book is called The Compendium of African Rhythms and Related Subjects. I can't remember who the author is, but it's got all of them in
I'm
there.
gonna check that out.
Yeah, the Compendium of African Rhythms.
I actually play a lot of salsa and have studied it for 40 plus years. What I would say is go to a Cuban recording, and what I recommend is son, S-O-N, from Oriente de Cuba, is son. The best son, or the most famous son band, is called La Familia Valera Miranda. La Familia Valera Miranda. And the thing is, all of it has clave in it. The clave is an instrument in the group with son. There's no drums, it's just bongo and clave and guitars and vocals. But it's so obvious because the whole piece is in clave. It's either in 3/2 or 2/3. You can clap along, you can get the melodies. If you listen to Cuban song like an hour a day or 3 hours a week, eventually you'll be able to find the clave immediately in everything because it's there for you. You don't have to guess. And it's amazing. And there's no drums, so if you're a drummer, you can play along. If you're a horn player, play along. And so that's a great thing to do.
Dance along. You want to try this one?
Yeah.
Wayne.
119.
Wayne, you want to talk about
119.
119?
Are we doing 19 or 119?
119.
Did we answer your question?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. So yeah, we're gonna. One of the things that we have decided to do this afternoon is play a few of these vocal pieces that we have that we don't play quite as much, mainly because we're not that familiar with the arrangements, and you know, this band pretty much never rehearses, so we want to make sure that we are always presenting ourselves in the highest esteem. So we pick pieces that we're familiar with, but this is one that we'd love to have Philip Harper sing on. And I don't know anything about the arrangement. Do you guys? Let's just play it.
Let's just, yeah, let's just read it down.
This is Duke. It's called Duke Ellington's "Sound of Love." So we know this song. We played it many times, but we actually haven't played this specific arrangement that features Philip Harper on vocals. So we're gonna try that now.
Looks like
42 is
looks
Jason.
like 23 is double time field, but I play in 2. And then there's Rehearsal at 42.
Yeah.
And vocals come back at 55, right?
Yeah. Vocals returns at 55. Baritone solo. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. And like Earl said, let's keep the dynamics to the dynamics down. Oh, we need to do it still. Voice reenters. Phil, make sure you hear
Is
yourself.
55 like the bridge going out? Like,
I'm not sure, but you want me to cue you? You want me to cue you at 55?
55 is the bridge going out.
I'm still playing, even if you come back. So
yeah, 55?
Yeah.
What part of the tune?
I don't really know.
Boris said it's the bridge. 55
Yeah, it is the bridge, yep.
Boris said 55 is
I
the bridge.
I keep working there. Okay.
Does anyone have a cue where the vocal enters? For when the
Come back in?
No, in the beginning.
It looks like the vocal enters at 10.
Yeah, just say
10.
10. No, because you did this show, right? I mean, you
copied it.
I did the notation. Yeah.
So it looks like vocal comes in at 10. I'll cue you.
Okay, yeah.
You ready? Let's go.
You wanna
How's that? Good?
No, I mean maybe you can help us. Oh, it's not the same.
Here we go.
That's number 10.
Let's do it.
Okay.
1, 2,
I was young and carefree. Not a song had found my soul. Lost in blues, jazz and ragtime. no sound had got to my room. I was searching for my melody, a blues that gets me through. Sad clown with his circus closed down, lost on his merry-go-round, came a melody in my heart so yearning, taught me to hear music out of love from the with the lovers and beloved as one Ellington sound of love.
We gotta do that together. What happens? No, but before that it's vocal cadenza.
Right, that was that. What happens after the cadenza? The last three.
Yeah, so he got to skip
It's the walk down.
Right, so it's all
It's Malta retarded. I mean, it probably should be cued every.
Wait, you got the vocal cues right there?
No.
Yeah.
So the third bar from the end is 4 quarter notes.
Okay.
Right.
One Ellington, and then the second bar from the end, we got a chord right there. Exactly. And
so
then
he sings one Ellington.
Yeah.
And we play Sound of Love. You know what I mean?
So what measures Sound of Love?
Second to last.
Second to last, yeah.
Penultimate.
But the reason we came in is because at least on this part there's a vocal cue for that.
Right, we don't have that. Okay. So can we just do the last 3 bars for me for a second?
Jazz is good.
We'll go back to that. But
it starts at one Ellington.
But also it says cadenza. Why don't we make a baritone cadenza?
Hold on a second. Can we do one thing at a time?
Sure.
Can I say the last 3 bars?
Yeah.
As one Ellington sound of
The first part of the last the beginning of the last bar, who plays? Are there any horns? We have a chord. That's the rhythm section. Okay, good.
Just you know where it goes. Ba 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 ba. We have house top on that.
Oh,
so
okay.
we're playing it long. Ba ba ba.
Okay,
We're good.
What you said to start?
Well, the chart was made with the suggestion for vocal cadenza. I don't think Phil wants to do that.
Yeah.
But I think we should have a cadenza. Maybe Jason can play that.
Okay.
Logical choice.
Cool. Okay.
Because it kind of needs the.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I hear you. All right.
I'm gonna take it from 55.
Maybe 65, like Warren said.
It's 55. It's
Well,
55.
Oh, 55. He's saying
when he comes back in.
When he come back in?
Yeah. Let's do when he comes back in.
That's the bridge?
With the 2-5-1?
Yeah. Okay.
What's the melody of it? That would have a chart.
You wanna do it?
55?
That's not where it is, right? No. In this. Melody wise.
Are you thinking about what was going on?
That's where you come back in. Oh, no.
Count up.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, alone, sad clown with his circus closed down, lost on his merry-go-round, came a melody in my heart so yearning, taught me to hear music out of love from the soul. For this life we all live in, with the lovers and beloved. As one Ellington sound of love. Ooh.
Questions?
What does a good lead brass player look like? Like, what action should one be taking as a section leader?
Say that again.
What does a good lead trombone or trumpet player look like? Like, what action should they take to be a good lead player?
Oh, what should we do? I'd rather let Prof. Herwig answer that.
Well, what my teacher told me was, if you want to be a lead player, never, ever, for one day, give up working on your high range. Because you can have everything else, and if you can't play 57 high Fs in 10 minutes, if you start falling apart, because the other thing that they will do to you if you play lead is once they know you can play high notes, they'll give you all the stuff to do, like Wayne did last week at Birdland, and then he called 2 screaming ballad things in a row where I'm up to high Gs and playing, and it was like second set. You see what I'm saying? So you got to have endurance. And the other thing about playing lead is a lot of people think you have to play heavy. You know, you got to blow to make those high notes. What you have to play is you have to have fast air. And fast air is different than heavy air. Heavy air creates dynamic volume. Fast air does everything else. Flexibility, range, intonation, all comes from fast air. And you end up spending the rest of your life. Tomorrow in the brass clinic, we'll talk about it with, mouthpiece practice, some exercises that we can show you to work. And the other thing you need, that I tell all my students, is when you're brushing your teeth in the morning in front of the mirror, you say to yourself, I play with fast air. I play with fast air. I have been doing this for 60, 55 years. I play with fast air. You look yourself in the eye and you play with fast air. And when you do that, everything else goes away. The other thing my teacher always told me about playing lead was, if you're having problems, there's no chop problem, there's no, intonation problem, there's no flexibility problem. There are only breathing problems that manifest themselves as chop problems, intonation problems, endurance problems, if you see what I'm saying. So it's air and more air, and then things come. But, there's a lot of fine tuning. You want to add something, Prof?
For me, what's helped me increase my ceiling is I play the note, I play at the top of my ceiling, whatever that is today, as best as I can, then just try to go a little bit higher. I do take frequent breaks when I practice. I do like the idea of playing lighter scales. Another thing that's helped me is playing major scales. Let me see if I can demonstrate. Not necessarily loud. And then crash a little longer than I'm going to right now. Now here, beyond here is where I'm a little shaky, but hey, I'm still a work in progress, let's say. And I've been able to get up to 2 steps beyond that, which is the greatest range, but like I say, I'm working on it. And I'm trying not to play loud.
We have another question? Anybody?
Let me add to
come to the front.
What it looks like to the lead players, but to someone who's leading a band, I lead a big band. For me, I need lead players who are some of the best drummers on the face of the earth. That's what lead players for me. I mean, yes, high notes and all of that, but I want my lead player to have be able to lead their section rhythmically and flow with them. So they need to be, their best friend should always be the drummer to me. All lead players that I love playing with drummers.
Also, I think it's important, it's important for the lead player to know the song, right? You have to know the song, just like drummers. A lot of drummers, they'll look at a chart one or 2 times, and then they know the song. They don't even need the chart. Because if you're leading a section, you should know, how the chart sounds, how you want to phrase it. You're the lead of that. You're the lead of phrasing and the song.
Hi. I have a question for anyone in the rhythm section. I was just wondering, what do you guys adjust in your playing, if anything, when you're playing behind different soloists? Like, is the way you'd play behind Mr. Scoffrey different from Mr. Herwig? And just what do you do?
I mean, after you play with certain people for a while, you tend to know their language and hopefully can connect with them. And I don't know if you play differently or I change my style of playing. I just I know what their vocabulary is, and I try to do that at the same time. But I don't want to say I change my playing. I just try to listen to the conversation and be a part of the conversation, whatever that conversation. And sometimes that being a part of that conversation is just shut up, and I'll lay out a lot. Or sometimes being a part of that conversation is they want you to keep, be up in there. You just have to really listen to the person and then have a logical conversation with them. That's what I do.
What was your question again? Just want to make sure I get it.
If you come behind the different topic for different soloists.
What do you play?
I play bass.
Yeah, I kind of look for the spaces. And also as a drummer, I'm also listening to the pianist, but I don't want to play in a way with the pianist where it's like, we're always trying to play the same thing. Like for me, it's all setups. It's like, I think a good soloist takes breaths. And from that, you get bits and pieces of phrasing. And so I'm looking for the gaps to respond, like what Wayne was talking about earlier, call and response. So there's always call and response happening. And also I'm listening to the piano player sometimes in a way where the piano player is always setting things up, giving you a palette to kind of lean on as a drummer, not just a soloist. And I'm kind of listening to like what my snare drum is doing against what he's doing. Maybe we're not playing the same thing, but we're in the same space and we're responding. So we're both kind of looking for those spaces and we're both trying to set it up. Now, if you're a bass player, I'm always trying to listen to the time. I'm not trying to lean on it and I'm not trying to be the timekeeper, but I'm trying to communicate in a way where the time is important, but the communication is what kind of gets the time going. Like just like I'm talking and you're shaking your head, it's a certain rhythm to that. So I'm always looking for the spaces while the bass player is playing the time. But then sometimes the bass player is not playing the time as you think about it, like, you know, walking time. Sometimes the bass player is playing off of some kind of rhythmic suggestion that's going on. And we might make a thing out of that. I think if you let the music kind of tell you what to do instead of forcing it, I think things will come much quicker. And I think you'll get to more of a better conversation and, you know, better communication if you just kind of let the music speak, but listen. I think listening is the most important thing. Even if you don't respond all the time, I think when you're listening, people can hear the dialogue.
Also, I would not be assuming, which is true, that Wayne gonna play the same way every time, or Conrad gonna be playing the same. I would assume that they would start somewhere and develop their solo. I would be assuming that, but not more than that. So it's kind of like the beauty of the thing is that you start somebody's solo, you're part of the conversation, like Horn said, and you don't know what's gonna happen. That's the beauty. You don't program it. You have 200 things you can do, and you just quickly, and sometimes, you know, I try to introduce something, and sometimes it doesn't take. So here comes the trust part. You just trust other people where they take it. And sometimes, like what we were talking about earlier, like we all, especially in the rhythm section, we are constantly arranging in real time. So sometimes, like we're saying, something needs to be there. Same goes for just playing a bass line, like I play. Like, okay, second bar, something needs to be there, right? So something needs to be there. So it could be that or 200 other things, like I said.
Thank you.
Oh, no, one more thing. Like when different people solo, and this is just my take, I'm sure everybody has a different concept or a different way they look at things, but I'm also looking for the overall picture and the overall shape of whatever we're doing, not just like somebody's solo. I'm kind of, it's kind of a little bit more grand than that. Like, let's say if one guy takes a solo and we're doing one thing, I don't really want to do the same thing for the next guy. It's kind of like watching a movie, and you know, this next guy is totally different. He has a totally different delivery. He speaks a different way. We're all speaking the same vocabulary, but we got our own dialect as far as how we deliver it. And I think that deserves a different response. So I'm thinking like the overall movie. So when the next soloist comes up, for me, that's a change of scenery. It's a whole nother feel. It's like, okay, I don't know what's gonna happen, but we're leaving it open for the soloist to kind of dictate and show us where to go musically. And if we end up in the same place, okay, that's what it is. But you kind of want to let the soloist lead and not force them into a thing that they're not ready for. I just, you know, So I kind of see everything as episodes and different colors. So if I can create that, if I can help create that from the drum set, cymbal swells, sometimes like Oren said, sometimes, laying out, that's a sound in itself. And it leaves things way more open for you to suggest something different. And if you don't, that's fine too, it is what it is. But you try to leave it open for honesty and creativity within the whole scheme of things.
Can we hear it for our rhythm section? Oren Evans, Boris Kozlov, Donald Edwards. Yep, that's right. And as a horn player, the one thing I'll say is each one of these gentlemen are among the most amazing virtuoso musicians you'll ever hear in your life on each of their instruments. I mean, awe-inspiring to hear them solo. But I'll tell you, from my perspective, their greatest genius is to learn how to make other people sound great. You see, for a rhythm section player, you can focus on, look at me, right? You can do that. Or if you can make other people sound great the way they do, it means the best you will ever play with in your life is with Mr. Evans and Mr. Kozlov and Mr. Edwards. And then everybody is lifted up by that, if you dig what I'm saying.
Oh, Jason, right. Can I just thanks for leading me to my point. If the rhythm section, if you're working with a mature, aware, sensitive rhythm section, they know how much they have to support you. And if they can hear that they don't have to coddle you through the changes, you get a much different rhythm section than if they hear that they have to make the changes for you. Once you get to a point where you understand the music so well that you keeping the time, making the changes, walking the bass lines, in effect, yourself, that liberates them to really create a scene around you. But if you don't know the music well enough, then they have to basically babysit you to the end of your solo. Okay?
Maestro.
Ted, was there anything in the chart that you wanted to?
Now what?
Hurricane. Okay. Wayne, you want to talk about? Sure. Just so we know what we're doing.
This was not.
Check.
So yeah, this is not. So we're gonna look at this piece, "The Eye of Hurricane Sue." This was recorded on our recent Grammy-nominated recording. Thank you for that thunderous ovation. Actually, yes, your fervent applause. Ted, this is actually not. I'm pretty sure this is not the one that we read on the recording. Not that that matters, but I feel like there was another one.
He says that's the one.
Oh yeah, really?
There's different printed chart. Like the second tenor is a different kind of copy work from.
So that maybe that's what I mean. So okay, all right.
By the way, this is Theodore Davis.
I remember this looking. Yeah, these are our librarian Theodore Davis. I just remember looking at a different part, but maybe I don't. Yeah. So on the recording that we did most recently, and also on one of Mingus's recordings, they do the first A section rubato. It's kind of like conducted. I'll attempt to do something
First 8 bars.
like that. Yeah. Yeah. It goes back in time at 9. Yeah. So the first 8 bars. Where the fermatas are not really where we did it, and it doesn't really make sense. Da da do de da 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 cut. That should be the first one. Then da 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 do de da da. Right, because don't you have?
So fermatas should be on bar 2 and 4. Right?
I think, but Alex, don't the trumpets have like a stab in the top there?
On beat 3 for the first measure.
All the brass.
The first measure?
Yeah.
Let's just do it. See what it sounds like, and then we can stop. Let's just try to get through the first 8 bars.
But it's not what you hum. It's like ba da do we fermata. And then you cue ba da da.
So sing it. So it's ba da do da. That's the first fermata right there.
Yeah, sure. We don't have fermatas at all.
Well, but it's gonna be long because it's rubato. So it's gonna be like ba da do day.
But no, it doesn't cut off. It kind of just flows. The whole thing.
Okay.
Or that's what I heard.
You want to just
Okay.
do it in time?
You see,
Can we do it in time?
Like
Because we don't have.
And then
Won't
we
have
can-
any fermatas.
If we do it in time, then we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Why don't we play indeed first 8 bars in time, and then we'll decide.
Okay. So let's play the first 8 bars in time, and then we'll figure out what's going on.
Let's play it a little bit down. Here we go. 1, 2, 1.
And my partner said that's a fermata, so it's like ba da do be. Can you set up going into the time? So
We have, but you got a totally different copy than what we got.
Oh, it's nice.
Like unrelated.
Oh, you know what?
That's what I'm saying.
Can you hold that up? Hold that up.
This is the new chart. Y'all don't have that one?
No.
Mine looks
saying.
That works though. That works.
But that's I remember reading
Except
one that
that
looked like
fermata
that.
that he has for
You were
beat
probably
3.
playing second tenor.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I played second tenor like 20 years. No, I know how to do
should address that for mine.
Yeah, it's at least 3 different copies up here.
It's a setup for the tune to come in. So it started off like that with the chorus.
So check it out.
So why don't you grab this Wayne? Look at, show Wayne where the fermatas are.
I ain't got no fermatas. I got, yeah, mine I think is this as well. This kind of copy.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that I don't know if we can find this somewhere, but the fermatas are different. Or at least
We don't have it. We don't have it.
None of us have fermatas at all.
Yeah, why would
Play
you
the
ballad?
E like that as a ballad. Play the E. Because it's gonna take us a half.
I think it'll sound better, yeah.
Just
Yeah,
play it
right.
as a ballad.
I think you're right.
Agreed, yeah.
And then
the
later,
fermata right
that's
before
it, right
bar
before
9.
fermata. Okay, set.
Yeah.
So what we're gonna,
It'll be a ballad.
So what we're gonna do, and actually I also remember this the last time we did it. It was a little bit tricky to play it completely rubato because the trumpets have these stabs, so it's weird if you're like holding and they have like. So we're gonna play the first 8 bars kind of as a ballad, so it'll stay in time, and then we'll just count it off again at 9 and be at the new tempo. So the new tempo is gonna be kind of like
I just have one question. The measure 8, what rhythm is that hit? Because I have penciled and erased and all kind of stuff.
I've got just beat 2.
Huh?
Beat 2.
Beat 2?
Beat 2.
But the one thing is, there is like a fermata pause. Like it goes
Yeah.
one,
For the last 2 beats.
and you go 1, 2, 3, 5, boom.
Oh yeah, Bob. We'll hold that last. So we'll hold. I have a fermata on the first note of measure 8.
Man, we have a score here.
Yeah. I don't have a fermata. I don't have anything
We
on
just
beat
have
1.
stab.
You have a
beat
fermata
2.
on beat 1?
I do, because just what you were just saying, right?
And stab on beat 2. We don't have anything else other than a rest.
Yeah. See, my fermata's on beat 3 with over the rest.
Yeah, mine too.
So maybe it's helpful to talk about this chart. This is from the
Let's play it. Let's play it and see what happens.
Let's just play it.
Yeah.
Who has the note on the beginning of that beat? I have the note on the beginning of that measure.
I'm on beat 2.
Can we just hear the measure 8? Whoever plays it, just hear measure 8.
Yeah.
2, 3. So if you have a long note, just hold it.
Okay.
And then let me cut it off.
Okay.
Should we do that same thing?
Measure 8?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's do it like that.
Cool.
All right. So can we do the whole thing from the top, and then I'll count it off from the
All right.
whole from the top. That was good. 1,
17, we got it.
1 second. We're trading parts. Where are we? Yeah, that's 17.
17.
I just remember that it goes into 6.
It looks like.
Okay.
Now we're at?
All right.
17. Where? 17?
17.
You got it.
1, 2,
trouble here in 17, and also we need to go through 9 because it's just hard to even see what these notes are.
Also at 17, maybe everybody except trombones should play one dynamics down.
Earl wants to say something. You got the
Earl.
Earl wants to say something. You got the microphone?
Wait.
You have to click it to push it up.
Yeah. You know, one of the big challenges that we face with this music is that quite often we've played multiple arrangements of the same song. And then on top of that, we've had multiple musical directors. And everyone has a very personal approach to it. So, for instance, we can have the same exact piece of music, but then each musical director will say, well, we shouldn't play that part. We should play this part. And that pretty much goes along with the way Charles dealt with the music. But when we come back to it after a certain amount of time, then it takes a little bit of deciphering. So what you see going on is us deciding exactly how we're going to approach this piece of music this time. You know, because it's very much like the blues. You know, the blues is really a musician's version of the newspaper, what's going on that day. So we are deciding how we're going to approach this for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, also, kind of what keeps us gently arguing constantly is that we start with an agreement that we want the music to sound good. And everyone is bringing their own collection of experiences to a circumstance in an effort to make it sound good. So we start, before we have skills, we start with an agreement, right? And before we have presentations and identities, we have needs. Because when you interact with someone, really what they're showing you is what their needs are via their presentation, right? And eventually that will fade and you're just left with a collection of needs. And so if we're honest about our agreements and what our needs are, we can get through challenging moments effectively and achieve, hopefully, a durable result.
Can we play maybe 17 a little bit slow? And
About
sure.
17, I have double forte.
Well, he was saying we should come bring it down.
Bring it down?
Yeah, because the melodies and trombones.
You talking about dynamically?
Yeah, trumpet.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, so we can do it a little bit slower, 17.
Let's
Or
do it.
whatever. So just 17. Then we're gonna stop, and then I want to do here 9.
You want to count it over?
No, but think that was fine. I guess.
Same tempo?
Yes. Yes.
Count it
1,
down.
2, 1, 2,
Try 9 slow, especially for the saxes. Or maybe
What's happening?
I just want to play 9 just so I can really hear the notes.
Okay. Saxes on?
Well, everybody.
I think it's just-
but just maybe down.
Word.
It just looks like mishmash. Here we go. 9. 1, 2.
We're happy to play more of this, but we only have 15 minutes. So if you, is that correct? 15 minutes, I think. So if you all have any questions for us related to this part, what we've been going through just now, or anything, now's a good time. We have 15 minutes left. Yeah, if you can come up to the mic, it'd be better.
I have a question for Mr. Kozov. You say that you don't really play the same thing twice. How do you do that, especially on something that isn't really a standard? How do you change it up a bit?
Can I interrupt? Yeah. Step back. Step back a second. Step back. Step back. Now come up and ask that same question again.
Like.
Already sounds different. See?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You get the point you didn't get it when over here. Never
Right. All right. Yeah. You say that you don't really play the same thing twice. Okay. Wait. Oh. All right. Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't, like. All right. Yeah. How do you like not play the same thing over and over again? Really, like when you're not playing a standard and stuff, or what? Yeah, like.
The truth is well, I just want to say before I pass to Phil, sometimes you do play the same thing, and sometimes you find something that works, and you do play or you kind of save it until a certain moment, like it's one of the devices that you can introduce when you want it to kind of like lift up a little bit, and you just develop the set of devices. But I never like try on purpose not to play something different, but it comes out different anyways, because like Mingus pointed out, we compose in real time all the time. That's what improvisation is. Phil?
For me, the answer to that is the one most important thing to this music, and that's listening. You know, you can practice all the licks, you can practice this, that, and the other, but it's how much listening time you spend. And that listening time is what you really want to develop, so when you're in the bandstand, it happens like this, at a split second, because your ears are picking it up the way you listen to the records every day, you listen to vocalists every day. You listen, like, I learned a song, and I learned it from Frank Sinatra, I learned it from Billie Holiday, I learned it from Louis Armstrong. So many different versions of that song, but you're listening. All these different interpretations. And that's what happens on this bandstand with so many guys we have up here. You have to listen to the way we all interpret our notes. I mean, we have a trumpet section of 3 completely different players. But to play together, we have to listen to each other. So the most important ingredient to playing this music well is your ears.
And responding, like what you did, you step back and step up. That's a new question at that point. Different time, different second. So you have to respond to that moment and not make yesterday's moment be today's moment. You have to respond to that moment.
And for everybody here I know you guys are all like amazing students and mathematicians. Let's say you have a 12-bar blues. How many different ways are there to play that 12-bar blues? There's 479,460,000 different ways to play, because you take 12 factorial, you guys can look it up on your calculator. But what I'm saying is you could take that same 12 bars and you could keep, I call it rope-a-doping, and you can just keep rope-a-doping voicings and lines, and it's the same with your solo. You can play things forward, backward, but there's 479 million ways to play 12 bars, so.
Also, one thing that's important to do is, we do, at least in my development, and I teach my students that, we do a lot of transcription, learning solos, learning phrases, learning the vocabulary of the music, but we're doing that for harmonic and rhythmic understanding, not to just copy and play licks. So if you're playing licks or you have things that you're playing, there's a good chance you might play the same thing over and over again, because you only have a certain amount of licks in your head. But if you actually understand the harmony and understand how to improvise within the harmony, using rules that you learn and that you've learned from transcription and from studying, it's going to be a lot easier for you to come up with new, different ideas. But if you're just playing licks, you're just going to be regurgitating something that you've learned over and over again. So just go beyond transcription and mimicking and copying. Try to really understand the harmony and the rhythm of what you're doing, so you can improvise and have more ideas. All right.
Thank you.
I have a question for the drummer. I was wondering, like, how in slow songs, how do you maintain a steady beat even when there's like a lot of space between hits?
Once again, what I mentioned earlier about hearing duple and triple at the same time. Let me play something. Like a lot of times when I'm playing time, let's say we're doing this. See my head? That's duple. So right away I got two options. sometimes in the arrangement you're gonna have that. You might have somebody playing a duple field against the triplet, and it creates a certain kind of effect. But you want to be in tune with the duple part too. It just creates more freedom. You can go in and out.
Yeah.
Feel more free, so whatever comes your way in the music, you can articulate it because you're already in tune with both sides.
Mm.
And it also helps you just keep that slow pulse together. You're in tune with both, you feel more free, but the pulse is always still there.
I see.
So it just makes you more solid in your freedom.
Yeah.
So you don't sound, you don't sound so mechanical. You still got that human element happening, but the time is still there. And just hearing both sides, you can articulate whatever's happening in the music.
Got it. Thank you.
That's Donald Edwards right there.
I have a question for Mr. Evans on the piano. I was wondering, when there's like a lot of space in a tune, what do you usually do while comping to support the rest of the band? And also, like on a side note, when there isn't much going on, what do you think about in your solos? What inspires you?
Well, there's always something going on. The minute I step on the bandstand, when I'm with the band, there's always something going on. And that's, even though you're in a big band, as a rhythm section, everyone, you have to be there the entire time. Kind of what Mr. Marshall was saying earlier. Even if you have 15 bar rest and then something else is happening on that 16th bar that you have to be aware of, you're always there. So the first thing is there's always something for you to do. So don't feel like there's nothing for you to do because you have to be in tune whether you're playing or not, whether you have a part, you got to be there. So with that, the way that I look at it, if I'm always there, Ronnie Laws, check it out. If I'm always there, then I have to be always there. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a moment where I'm like, what do I do? You know, because I'm constantly trying, something's happening that I need to respond to. Whether it's the arrangement, whether it's a soloist, something's happening. So there's always something for you to respond to. So I don't know if you would have a moment, or if I have a moment of like, what do I do? You know, because there's always something to do. And if you don't know what to do, then maybe go back and check out if there are other recordings of the arrangement of the song, and just employ yourself to look at it and say, there's something I should be doing. Even if you got 5 bar rest, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah. And that's what you should be focusing on. So when you come back in, it doesn't sound like you left and came back in, like you're still there during those 5 bars. So I hope that answered.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, just a question in general. So do you have any tips on running rehearsals?
Well, I mean, I got
forgiveness. Go ahead.
I got a few things.
I don't have it.
Oh, right here.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Don't lose the mic. That's
Trying to gather my thoughts together, but there are a few things because like Mr. Herwig said, a lot of us are educators, right? We're professors, and not only are we band leaders and we run our own bands and rehearsals, but we're also witnessing student rehearsals quite a bit. And some of the things I see in student rehearsals, are pretty consistent. Number one, and we do it actually a lot here, so we're a great example of what not to do in some ways, right? When you ask someone to do something, or if you want to work on something, listen and respect what that person is saying and address that. Because what happens a lot of times, especially when you have a lot of people and a lot of leaders with a lot of people with a lot of ideas, someone will say, you know what, in measure 2, this is weird. Can we check that out? And someone will be like, yeah, you know what? And then also, you know what, 17. And then I'll be, oh yeah. And now we have 5 things in our head. We're all talking about it, and nobody's focused on anything. That happens a lot, especially in student rehearsals. So try to focus each other's attention. Try to respect what someone's saying when they say, listen, this area is something I'm thinking about. Maybe look at that area that person said and then work on it, all right? If you're leading a rehearsal, first of all, show up with the music looking good, okay? So if you have a tune that's, 32 bars, arrange it so that it's in 8-bar sections. So that when I look away and look back, I'm not like, where's B again? And it's at the corner in the middle of the sheet at the bottom of the right page, right? Write in 8-bar sections. Put rehearsal numbers and rehearsal letters, A, B, C, so that when you're playing the gig, you can be like, go to C. Or if you're talking and you're rehearsing, you can say, can we check out bar 4 in letter D? These things are really important. People are gonna play the music. If you want the music played well, it has to look good, right? Some of these charts we have look terrible, like this. Not because of anyone that's actually here right now, but I'm just saying, like, I leaned over to Chris and I was like, this is stupid right here. Like, we have 3 measures written, and instead of writing 8th notes, it's triplets. Maybe the person was trying to make a point, right? So maybe it's not stupid. Maybe they wrote it to make a point, like, because instead they want us to make sure that we're playing the swing the right way. But I mean, why are you gonna write 4 bars of did when you could just write 8 notes? It looks terrible. I'm messing it up, and it's easy, right? So these are all things, even before you get to the rehearsal, that you got to think about, I mean, I could go on, but I'm going to stop.
One time, I don't know do people here know who Gunther Schuller was? Gunther Schuller? He was a great mentor to us, created Third Stream. I mean, with Mingus, he played French horn on the Bertha Cool. And I think we were doing Epitaph or something, because I ended up getting an 8-page fax from Gunther of 15 different ways to play 8/8 notes. There's and he showed, he said there's 15 in Epitaph. There's 15 different ways to play 8/8 notes. I mean, there's just 8/8 notes. Is it straight? Is it swung? Depends on what it is, right? I mean, there's triplets tied across the bar where you got 2 triplets, right? There's also dotted 8/16, double dotted 32nd. And Gunther sent me the whole thing with I wish I had that, with like an explanation of what that's supposed to be. Then there's reverse swing, da-da, 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 And so learning how to read that and how to feel the intent is super huge,
One other thing I was going to add is also know what you want and have conviction. Because if you show up, right, the rehearsal isn't to really rehearse a song. You're supposed to know what you want the song to sound like. Right? So you have to show up and have some sort of conviction, like, this is what I'd like this section to sound like, and this is what I need you guys to do. And then if it changes or there's some changes, that's fine. But as soon as you show weakness, you know what I mean? As soon as you show like, well, I'm not really, then everyone's gonna be like, oh, well, I know what to do, and then it's gonna be like, well, then you can forget about it. Right? So you have to know what you want to do.
Absolutely.
And always, when you get in a situation with a rehearsal, and your peers ask you, if they say, why don't we run those 8 bars? Never, ever say no. I had a sub who came in, said, I have this, I don't have to play those 8 bars. Came time for the concert, they didn't play the 8 bars correctly. I never called them again, because that is your job. That's your responsibility. And anything that your peers do to help you with that responsibility, you need to accept and be grateful for.
And as a rhythm section player, I mean, this actually is not the opposite, but as a rhythm section player in a rehearsal, we are there in an ensemble to rehearse, not for anyone to practice their solo. So my biggest beef with a lot of rehearsals are your horn players or whoever, they want to practice the changes and go 5 and 6 choruses. Don't do that. Practice the chord changes at home. You can get a chorus in, maybe 2 choruses, but do not have rehearsals where we're like presenting it like a show and they're taking 10 and 9 choruses. So just be respectful as a horn player and to the rhythm section.
We are sure on time, but we have maybe one more question quickly before we go.
Thank you. So for the music, how does the band as an entirety or individually interpret Mingus's music? So what do you bring to the table to like make the music sound like Mingus, and how do you keep your individuality while doing that as a player?
I think your second part of the question answered the first part. Mingus wanted you to be individual, bring your individuality. So that's how we do it. We all bring our individuality with respect to the history of Charles Mingus. But I think he encouraged all of us, would have encouraged us to be ourselves.
And the two other things are, number one, you know, I know myself, I've listened to all of these, I've listened to the original versions of all of these. I don't know about original, but I've listened to Mingus interpret all of these music, so that informs me. But also the great thing about this band is that, you know, a lot of these guys have been in the band for a long time. Earl's been in the band for a long time, played with Mingus. Before a lot of these guys got here, I was playing in the section with John Stubblefield, you know, who was a veteran, and all these people. So how I play certain things is informed by previous members of the band, so that when someone else, Chris or someone else comes in who doesn't play a lot, they're listening to me because I have got what I'm doing from John Stubblefield. Or Kenny Drew Jr. whoever else was playing, or John Hicks. So like we're all you know, we're being informed by the people that are here as well.
And the final thing I'll say is, do your homework. Really do your homework, because, I mean, you know, we're directors of jazz ensembles. Maybe some of you want to come to our schools, or we know what it takes for you guys to go wherever you want to go. But wherever you go, there will always be someone better than you. There will be. You know, I don't care if you'll always, you know, there'll be someone, but no one can outwork you. No one can outwork you. So if you put the hard work, like Mr. Escoffrey was saying, like we're talking about, all of us, the sky's the limit. So, but do your homework, because one thing that annoys us massively is when folks come to sub on the Mingus band and they haven't done their homework. And then you know instantly that, I mean, we played this thousands of times together, literally thousands of times. And someone fresh like you comes in and didn't do their homework, it's fine, but we call it one and done. It's one and done, baby. And when Sue Mingus was alive, you know, Charles' widow, one and done. That was, you know, and then some people come and you go, I like that, you know. So anyway, last, Mr. Marshall.
When was the last time we played together?
Tonight. Just quickly, because one of the kind of the main things that's going unsaid, is implied often when we speak, is you have to be functionally excellent, like objectively at the thing. Whatever you play, you have to be excellent at it. That's a non-negotiable. It's, you know, before a certain point, it really is a meritocracy. You just have to be good enough to be in the room. Because when you get called up your first time, you're gonna fold. Hopefully you have done enough work where that's a higher quality failure than a lower quality failure. You will fail your first time. If you're good enough, you'll get called the first time and you'll fail in a way where you can learn from it. But you gotta be excellent at the thing, objectively, not just individual. You gotta be excellent at your craft. That's a non-negotiable, okay? So, like, what do we individually bring to the music? Whatever we bring is built on top of objectively excellent. Better than everyone we knew where we came from. That's a given. To be in the conversation, to be in the room, you just gotta be better than everyone you have access to, okay?
And don't forget to have fun. Be serious about your fun, baby.
You gotta practice to even have a certain kind of fun.
Dry music ain't gonna do nothing for you, you know. We've been talking about like how to interpret the music of Mingus. We've been talking about movies a lot. Think about like somebody playing the role of the Joker. Think about how Jack Nicholson played the part. Think about how Heath Ledger played the part. Think about how another cat played the part. They still the Joker, but they putting their own thing into it to keep the continuity of the character. Yeah. You know, as well as the music itself. You know, bring your thing to it. Don't be scared to do it. Just do it. Have fun. Be serious about it. Boom.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you.